The thing is that we take it from a completely other end. We take it bottom up, and that's one of the major messages of this day and of this morning. I would like to present to you first our participants in the press conference. That's Professor Jon Marin from the Mozarteum from Salzburg, who represents particularly the cultural part here and the artistic part, which is so important for us. Secondly, I would like to present Mrs. Dr. Božena Bednaříková from the Czech Republic, from University of Palacký from Olomouc, who is a bohemist and represents the Czech Lusatian Association, Lužická aliance Česká republika. Then I would like to present Dr. Andreas Kluge, who is one of the founders and members of the Serbski Sejm, which is the elected representation and body of the Lusatian Sorbs and Wends in the German Saxony and Brandenburg. And last but not least, our friend Marek Helkowski, who is the president of the Lusatian Association from Poland, from Wrocław. The European integration needs civil society. That's one of our major messages. And us, the Slavs, the Slavonic nations, Slavonic people, would like to contribute today, in the 21st century, in a special way to that. For that reason, my association, my Brussels movement, Slavonic Europe, initiated together with all partners here, a new approach to the European integration, which is, as I already mentioned, a bottom-up approach, which would like to be based and to use the European ethnicities and minorities, the small languages in the European Union, in order to enhance, better say, to give a new impulsion to the European integration. Instead of starting in the capitals, from the centers of the European member states, what's the common politics for many decades, we decided to propose something completely different. We would like to start from the borders, because at the borders, there are the limits of the states, of the nations, and because the borders needs a crossing. There, on the other hand, are many crossroads. There are many triangles, even quadriangles, and that are the places where the togetherness has to start. So we would like to start in Lusatia with the Lusatian Sorbs and Wends, which live in the triangle between Germany, Czech Republic, and Poland. Lusatia is a three-country region, historically and today, which composes and is composed out of the countries I just mentioned. And that's not the only case in Europe. There are several other cases in the Adria, in the Balkans, in the Atlantic, and even here in Belgium, in Eastern Belgium. So we set up an initiative coming and going from the Black Sea to the Atlantic. And this initiative starts in this Lusatia triangle with the Slavonic nation of the Lusatian Sorbs. That's an irradiation approach. And we are very happy and glad to see that we really succeeded to irradiate already in the last weeks, months, sometimes even days, because there are more and more people who would like to join us. Small language groups, small nations, small minorities, as the word says it, which are happy and delighted to contribute as democratic entities to the European integration. That was, even for me, who worked for 11 years in the European institutions, in the European Commission, it was really a new experience to see people, Europeans, be so enthusiastic about doing something bottom-up, the civil society, for the European togetherness. And it was even easy to get them, easy to put them in and get them on board. And you will see our partners now from the so-called application areas later on in the framework of our workshop, which will continue after this press conference. So this is a completely new approach. This is a change of paradigm. And for that reason, I would like to give now the floor to Dr. Andreas Kluge to develop his personal and the situation from the elected representation of the Serbski Sejm from the German Lusatia. Dr. Kluge, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The point to make is the paradigm change. I think we have been all living in Europe and take the achievements of Europe for granted. We see, however, increasingly Europe being menaced by nationalist confrontations, which have led to a disintegration of the EU 28 as we knew it, you know, all of Brexit, and we are all aware of further conflicts the European Union is confronting. So we as minority EU citizens, this is a term I would like to correct from this place here. We prefer to say regional cultures. And we as affiliated EU citizens to regional cultures have a very special set of needs and a very special set of mind. The needs are that minority cultures which are not, or regional cultures which are not part of the national state main culture, have a particular need in order to be protected by human rights, by rule of law, and by democracy. Therefore, minority or regional culture affiliated EU citizens are particularly interested in a strong transnationally acting European Union. So to recognize this, we strongly advise, and that is the message of the paradigm change we would like to launch, that the European Union should see the regional culture populations as natural allies for a strong European Union, which is, as I said, particularly mentioned by nationalist movements, which change or which may change as a result of national elections. So the question is, how can we achieve that? We propose really that the EU directly talks to the regional cultures and their democratically elected representatives, because that is where democracy takes place. If we speak of regional cultures, we also should note that regional culture practice is something particularly rooted in the civil society, where adherence to a regional culture, which means essentially practicing an own language, which is not an official EU language, means that this takes place essentially in the civil society, that is the private sphere of the families where these languages are practiced. So civil society is very important as a substrate for the regional cultures, and civil society and a better rootedness in the civil society is what the European Union wants. There's a number of initiatives to strengthen the civil society. Therefore, I think the regional cultures as civil society rooted are a natural ally for the European Union to achieve this this connection to the civil society. So democracy and civil society are two aspects which we are firmly convinced that those are the elements which we need to strengthen in order to come to a European Union which is more resilient as a transnational confederation of countries to the threat stemming from nationalist tendencies. So I think that is the main message. We want the European Union to talk also to the regional cultures and not only to the national states. And that's what we want to achieve with the Lusatia Glow initiative, which is just one example to give a name to this pan-European movement, which is actually followed very closely and very sympathetically by many regional cultures across Europe. Thank you.
Mr. Kluge, thanks a lot for your first statement. Now I would like to give the floor to Professor Jon Marin from the Mozarteum in Salzburg to tell us how he sees the question of European integration through regional cultures, minorities, ethnicities, linked to arts and linked in particular to music. Jon, you have the floor.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. One of the beauty of the idea of Europe is that it's based on, in principle, is based on recognizing the identity of minorities, majorities. It's not a melting pot. It's unity in diversity or diversity in unity. Depends how you want to put it. Of course, every ethnic or national group is characterized by language. That's the very important thing. That goes to identity, who one is. On the other hand, communication between different ethnic groups and so on has a, let's say, a shortcut or a more flexible way, and that's the musical language, because the musical language has always characterized a way of communication. Making music together was always related to peace, to harmony. Harmony is part of music. So it enhances a lot the way of communicating, the way of being together, the way of respecting each other, like in a symphonic orchestra. I've had this experience with the, now it's a national project in Romania, it's called Cantus Mundi. And nowadays there are about 75,000 children from different minorities or ethnic groups, social standards and so on. And they change the languages, all the songs and everything. They learn each other, the dialect or another language. And it's amazing, the result. We have seen it over 10 years that it has a serious impact. Very many of these children now are adults, and they have a totally different way of seeing the other, which, on my opinion, represents the European way of seeing each other. It's not based upon statistics. How many are you in that ethnic group? Are you few? Are you a lot? For instance, in Switzerland, the Romansh is the 4th national language, and it's spoken by 60,000 people. But it still is recognized as a national language and respected as such. Nobody goes into the statistics in order to give the right of existence. Music now has two different aspects, the musical language. It's, of course, related to the identity, to religion, to celebrations and so on, and that's the folklore. And then comes the communicating and circulating the values that actually characterize every single nation, be it minority or majority. How you circulate, how do you recognize what's the common ground on which we can meet and open to being together, to being aware. It's an exercise through the musical language. It's an exercise of mindfulness. I am here and I'm making music with somebody. I respect him so that he respects me. And I believe, and that's why I'm here, I believe a lot that the power of music is one of the elements, one of the key elements that can help a lot European integration and the right to be alike with all our peers. Thank you.
Professor Marin, thanks a lot for your words, which show really what we want. We want to use in a holistic way all means we can in Europe, but not only the political ones, not only the economic ones. We want to use the whole scale of our European civilization. And I think really that the regional cultures are one of the best, or are the best places who can bring that as ambassadors to the entire continent. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Božena Bednaříková from the Czech Republic, from the Palacký University of Olomouc, to tell us her view as the president and the founder, co-founder from the Lusatian Alliance in the Czech Republic, her view on the topic of regional cultures and ethnicities, and their specific situation, especially linked to Lusatia and else in the Czech Republic. Božena, you have the floor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you on behalf of Lužická aliance České republiky, that is Lusatian Aryans of the Czech Republic, and at the same time as the coordinator of the pilot project Lusatia Glow in the Czech Republic. Lužická aliance, Lusatian Aryans, was established to promote, to accompany, to organize and to support all initiatives, not just in the Czech Republic, but also in Germany, in Poland, but elsewhere throughout Europe, to help the development of self-awareness and of cooperation of small nations in Europe. As already was said here, the Lusatian Serbs are a very good example of such cooperation. And me as a Czech, I would like to stress that there is something special in the linkage between both nations. We are attached historically. Imagine from the 14th to the 17th century, both Lusatias, both territories of the nation were the part of crown of the Kingdom of Bohemia. And the Bohemian kings also established several important cities in the region. Another issue is linguistics. The language of Lusatian Serbs is Western Slavonic languages and is most closely linked to the Czech language. And we can demonstrate it very quickly. When we speak together, we spoke our own national languages and we understand each other. We are also attached emotionally, why not to say this? And I think we can be considered as compatriots of Lusatian Serbs. So we dare to say we can bring a new impetus to Europe and to its integration. And that's it. Thank you for attention.
Boženo, thanks a lot. Now I would like to give the floor to our friend Marek, who came from Poland, from Wrocław, to tell us about his views of the Polish Lusatia, since he is the founder and the president of the Lužická Alliance from Poland, and to tell us how he sees his possible contribution and the contribution of the Lužická Alliance from Wrocław to the European integration and to what we would like to do all its peace, harmony, and a rich cultural life. Marek, you have the floor.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Right now is good. I'm in very hard and bad situation because I can only repeat almost everything the other speakers have spoken right now until now. I would say the following. Few thousand square kilometers in Poland were historically Lusatia. We understand, we know the history. We are only a few in Poland. More, I will say, we have more Lusatia lovers as Lusatians, but this is important from our side to protect these historical buildings and everything what was left after the war in territory of Poland. We have. I know the problematic of Lusatian Serbs many years. I have cooperated also with Andreas. I was a long time by Serbska Ludowa Strona, and I personally, I was living in Germany and in Poland. So I understand how important it is that you understand two countries to a little bit different mentalities. And surely the Lusatian Serbs, a little bit different mentality as the Germans, the Poles, and so on. But
This is very important to accept it, to accept the other language, culture, and to understand the history and the problematic of the nations. Lusatia is the best sample, we will do it much more stronger, of possible cross-border integration. Because, you know, when we will connect people, connect us organizatorily, no one will start a war or just stupid nationalistic discussions, yeah? Because this is also very important today with all these small nationalist movements in Europe. I will say we are a few people. We have a rich plan to what we want to do, how we want to do, and we understand the subject of Lusatia in Poland. We understand the problems of Lusatia in Germany, and we will learn the Lusatian subjects in Czech Republic. This is something new for me, because I love Czech language also, but as Pani Bednarčíková, yeah, as Mrs. Bednarčíková knows, and we have. I have no, and I guess you have heard what we want to do. Yeah, I can say we do it too. Yeah, this is always the problems when somebody is talking too long. Now, it was many years ago. Was a joke. Yeah, two girls are talking about guy. Oh, yeah, he's NATO. What NATO? Not attractive talking only. No? This is talk too long it's not too good. So that's everything.
Markus, thanks a lot for your speech and your statement. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see there's already here a big togetherness, despite the fact that each already of these speakers is very different. But we have really found a common language. The three of us, Božena, Marek, and Andreas, we are speaking Slavonic languages. And indeed, normally, if we have small talk framework discussion, we don't need any translator, actually. And that's great. And Jon, he is speaking the musical language on the top, which is then uniting even more all that. So it's all over languages. And that's really something which we consider as new in the framework of the European integration, is the emphasis on the common small languages, these cross-border languages mainly, which are really good ambassadors, because language is not only logical understanding, as you know, language is mentality, language is culture, language is a feeling as well. So that is the chance for Europe to be taken very seriously. Last but not least, and we have seen it already now, because of this enormous motivation of the regional cultures and of the peoples. The motivation is enormous from several reasons. And maybe the main reason is that all of them, they want to be free and live in a free democratic setting. That's what all of us we want. And they, because of their of not easy history, are very much and as particularly sensitive for that. And I think that's a chance as well for the European integration, to take that as a starting point of often small communities, but very intensive communities and very convinced communities. We would like to, and we have already done it, to present this, our new approach as a candidate for a European Union pilot project for the year 2023. For that reason, we are in contact with European institutions to whom we offered this proposal. And we would be very happy if that would fall on a fruitful ground, and that would be taken here in Brussels too seriously. And that's actually one of the reasons why we are here, because we want to be present and we want to enter into discussion. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I would like to ask all of you for any questions. Everything is clear? Okay, all the better. So thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to you for your time. And I would like to invite you in 15-20 minutes time after a small pause to our workshop, where we will present to you in more detail what now here more generally we've been talking about. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you now for the second part of our morning. It's our workshop, where we will go more into the details in medias res of our project, with specific presentations and with, again, always what's possible, questions and answers. So please don't hesitate to raise your hand and to ask not whatever you want, but things which are, of course, meant for the topic. Now I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Sabine Verheyen, who is the chairwoman of the Committee on Culture and Education of the European Parliament. Mrs. Verheyen very kindly registered a message for us, a video message, since it was not able for her to be here physically. She will receive us in the afternoon in the European Parliament for an interview and for a meeting. But now I would like to give the floor to her for her keynote speech.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends from Slavonic Europe, dear participants, I'm very happy that you have invited me to speak at the workshop on Lusatia Glow. Of course, I would have preferred to speak to you live or even in person. However, the current situation in the wake of the pandemic unfortunately still does not allow it. But the changes we all went through have also something good. Even though my calendar did not allow for it, I can still be part of the workshop by sending my regards beforehand. We have a rich cultural heritage in Europe that shapes our cultural diversity and that we need to nourish and protect. However, our culture will never be just one uniform mass. It will always be diverse and at the same time connecting. Culture differentiates us, but at the same time it makes us one. It is a bridge between our sometimes very different countries in the EU. We as Europeans can be proud of our cultural heritage, which is a reflection of our common identity, a testimony to our rich history and the unity of European civilization through the diversity of our cultural traditions. One thing is clear: protecting our cultural heritage is our duty. We must care for it and cherish it in order to preserve it for future generations. The European Union is a perfect example for uniting different cultures. Exchange and dialogue help building trust and understanding between people. Although we are very different, we are still united as Europeans. Our culture, the common cultural heritage and strong European values define our identity, our thinking and determine our actions. A European society was and is not created with politics, but through exchange and communication. Changes and developments will be more successful when they come from the people and not the government. Intercultural dialogue can build and promote understanding within and between societies. It helps to demonstrate the value of cultural diversity and human rights. Lusatia Glow comes in right here. It aims to build bridges between different societies. It connects people beyond borders. It puts a focus on one specific part of our European cultural heritage that we often forget: the language. The Slavic language and culture have once played a very big role in the European Union over the last years, though it has been more and more forgotten and might even be gone at some point when only concentrating on the big languages. This cannot be in our interest. We as Europeans should be proud of our diverse culture and languages and protect it. This will become even more important the more our world globalizes. It is my strong belief that we have to safeguard also the smaller languages. They are a crucial part of our identity. Nothing connects people like a shared language. Speaking the same language is the first step to a communication on eye level. We as the European Parliament are strong advocates for multilingualism, and with our programs like Erasmus+, we support exchange to countries with a different mother tongue than their own. Learning someone else's language will give us a peek into their culture. It opens the door into another world. Lusatia Glow focuses not only on the languages, but also on culture and art, both aspects being of great importance for us as Europeans. Lusatia GLOW aims to strengthen and improve cross-border cooperation for Slavic minorities from bottom up through different projects, by focusing on people and not politics. This project will play a vital role in preserving the Slavic culture for Europe and enable us to get to know it. We as European Parliament will continue to remember our duty to promote, protect and preserve the European cultural heritage. I'm happy that we have a strong partner on our side with you. Now I wish you a successful event and fruitful exchange. Thank you very much for your attention.
Now I would like to give the floor to President Karl-Heinz Lamberts, who is the president of the Parliament of the German-speaking community in Belgium. And Mr. Lamberts, former president of the Committee of Regions in Brussels, has himself a profound experience with cultural regions, with regional cultures, with ethnicities, minorities, and he received yesterday the Serbian delegation in Eupen in the Parliament personally, and will come, he promised, in May to Saxony and to Brandenburg, to the Lusatian Serbs, to meet them in Germany. Now I would like to give him the floor.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, als erstes möchte ich mich dafür entschuldigen, dass ich nicht persönlich an der heutigen Veranstaltung teilnehmen kann. Das war aus terminlichen Gründen leider nicht zu machen. Mein Name ist Karl-Heinz Lamberts, ich bin der Präsident des Parlaments der deutschsprachigen Gemeinschaft Belgiens, bin ebenfalls der Vorsitzende der Europäischen Arbeitsgemeinschaft der Grenzregionen und ich habe zwischen 2017 und 2020 dem Ausschuss der Regionen vorgestanden. Zuallererst möchte ich den Initiatoren des heute vorgestellten Projektes recht herzlich gratulieren. Sie haben da den Nagel auf den Kopf getroffen. Es handelt sich um eine ganz wichtige Dimension der europäischen Integration und darüber hinaus um eine Herangehensweise, die bottom-up ist, die von der Wirklichkeit vor Ort ausgeht und diese dann in die Gestaltung und in die Entwicklung der europäischen Integration einbringt. Grenzüberschreitende Zusammenarbeit ist von äußerster Wichtigkeit für die europäische Integration. Ja, sie gehört zur DNA der Europäischen Union und ohne diese grenzüberschreitende Zusammenarbeit wird man sie nicht vollenden und wirklich zukunftstüchtig machen können. Warum? Der europäische Kontinent ist der zweitkleinste auf der Welt, hat aber mit Abstand die höchste Dichte an Staatsgrenzen. Und diese Staatsgrenzen sind oft wirkliche Wunden der Geschichte, Wunden, die es gilt, in starke Schweißnähte umzuwandeln. Und dabei spielen Sprache und Kultur natürlich eine ganz besonders wichtige, eine herausragende Rolle. Und Sprache und Kultur überschreitet an vielen Stellen in Europa die Grenzen. Es gibt da grenzüberschreitende Lebensräume mit gemeinsamer Sprache und Kultur, mit gemeinsamer Mundart, die zu wirklichen Schwerpunkten der Entwicklung geworden sind und wo es sich besonders deutlich machen lässt, wie wichtig das Zusammenarbeiten über Grenzen hinaus ist. Das hat oft mit historischen gemeinsamen Erlebnissen zu tun. Das hat aber auch viel zu tun mit der ganz konkreten Alltagswirklichkeit hier und heute an diesen verschiedenen Grenzen. Und je größer die Zusammenarbeit ist, je mehr gemeinsam gemacht und gesprochen wird, desto wichtiger ist es natürlich, sich zu organisieren, etwas aufzubauen und die Probleme zusammen anzupacken. Es gibt viele solcher Situationen quer durch Europa, vom Norden bis zum Süden, vom Westen bis zum Osten und mittendrin. Die haben noch vieles gemeinsam, aber es handelt sich auch jeweils um eine ganz besondere, einzigartige Situation. Und es ist sehr wichtig, diese Besonderheit genau zu kennen, zu analysieren und zu verstehen. Um das zu können, muss man natürlich austauschen. Und das ist ja auch der Sinn des heutigen Seminars und des gesamten Projektes. Es gibt Situationen an vielen Stellen in Europa. Eine davon ist Ostbelgien, meine Heimat. Ostbelgien, das ist die deutschsprachige Gemeinschaft Belgiens. Das ist eine sehr kleine Region im Osten Belgiens mit Grenzen zu Deutschland, Luxemburg und den Niederlanden. Dort leben auf 847 Quadratkilometer rund 80.000 Menschen. Und diese Region hat eine sehr bewegte Geschichte hinter sich. Wenn man sie in ihrer heutigen Situation verstehen will, dann muss man begreifen, dass sie ein wirkliches Kind der Geschichte ist, wie übrigens alle Regionen. Aber hier ist das besonders einprägsam, weil diese Geschichte viel mit großen europäischen Entwicklungen zu tun hat. Da spielt der Wiener Kongress 1815 mit der Angliederung des Gebietes an Preußen eine große Rolle, genauso wie der Versailler Vertrag 1920 mit der Angliederung an Belgien. Und dann spielt natürlich auch die wechselvolle Geschichte der ersten Hälfte des 20. Jahrhunderts mit dem Hin- und Herwandern zwischen Deutschland und Belgien ebenfalls eine ganz große Rolle. Ein anderes sehr wichtiges Ereignis für meine Heimat ist mit der belgischen Geschichte verbunden. Belgien hat sich im Laufe der letzten 70 Jahre von einem dezentralisierten Einheitsstaat in einen dissoziativen Bundesstaat umgewandelt, wo den Gliedstaaten weitgehende Autonomie verliehen worden ist. Das gilt auch für die deutschsprachige Gemeinschaft, diese kleine Minderheit, die prinzipiell dieselben Befugnisse und Handlungsmöglichkeiten hat wie die größeren Regionen in Belgien, Flandern, Wallonie und Brüssel. Heute sind wir am Vorabend von 50 Jahren autonomer Gestaltung in unserer Region. Und diese Gestaltung kann man nur verstehen, wenn man begreift, dass hier in dieser Region jedes Problem auch sofort einen grenzüberschreitenden Aspekt hat. Es gibt hier nichts im politischen Alltag, der nicht auch etwas mit grenzüberschreitender Zusammenarbeit zu tun hat, sei es innerbelgisch mit den anderen Regionen in Belgien oder sei es staatsgrenzenübergreifend nach Luxemburg, Deutschland und den Niederlanden. Bei dieser Zusammenarbeit spielt die Sprache eine ganz große Rolle, ebenso wie die Kultur, die Medien, das Bildungswesen. All das ist ohne die zentrale Rolle der Sprache nicht gestaltbar. Und wenn man ins Detail geht, wird man auch feststellen, dass die Mundarten eine ganz große Rolle spielen. Und das ist in dieser kleinen Region hier in Ostbelgien besonders interessant, weil es da eigentlich zwei Gebiete gibt. Es gibt die Region um Eupen, die von der Mundart her identisch ist mit dem Süden Limburgs in den Niederlanden oder dem Aachener Raum. Und das gilt auch für den Bereich rund um St. Vith, wo es in die belgische Eifel geht, die eng zusammenarbeitet und zusammen verbunden ist mit der deutschen Eifel in Nordrhein-Westfalen und in Rheinland-Pfalz oder auch mit dem luxemburgischen Ösling. Wenn die Leute ihre Mundart reden, dann ist die grenzüberschreitende Zusammenarbeit ganz anders und ganz einfach und da kommt das Gemeinsame viel stärker heraus. All das soll in diesem Projekt jetzt vertieft werden. Das interessiert natürlich auch im höchsten Maße die deutschsprachige Gemeinschaft. Wir sind gerne bereit, uns in dieses Projekt einzubringen, genauso wie wir spannend darauf warten, was wir von den Erfahrungen anderer lernen können, die ebenfalls an diesem Projekt beteiligt sind. Wir hoffen, dass durch dieses Projekt ein effektiver Beitrag zur Fortentwicklung der europäischen Integration geleistet werden kann, die für unser aller Zukunft von ganz großer Bedeutung ist und zu der es nach meiner tiefen persönlichen Überzeugung keine wünschenswerte Alternative gibt.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to enter in a first thematic statement or more thematic statement, since we don't want to talk only about organization and structures and politics and things which are important, the conditio sine qua non, but in the end, the objective are the people, is the civil society, and are specific activities which we are planning. These specific activities will be presented to you in the course of the coming and in the framework of the upcoming presentations. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Jon Marin to start that exercise now with his presentation and his vision of how music, once again, can, as a specific language, help us to start our cross-border activities in the most harmonic way. Jon, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. There's, of course, the aspect of communication, which is essential to harmony between people, as I was saying in the little press conference that we had before. There's also another aspect, which I'm not going to do a lecture on musical terms, which is called polyphony. The history of music is rich in the Renaissance and in the Baroque, but polyphony has been with the history of music until very today. Now, polyphony means distinct voices that are expressing themselves. Yet, when you hear them, instead of having a kind of noise or chaos, it is creating a harmony. It doesn't have the purpose of the harmony, but it creates it immediately. So polyphony means voices who sometimes are secondary voices or principal voices, and it's like that. I will come back to polyphony for something else. I'm going to try with my experience and whatever I can in the Lusatia Glow. The musical part is represented by an international conducting competition. Why conducting competition? Why not a violin competition? Why not a singing competition? Because conducting is a very, very complex way of making other people make music. So it has a leadership aspect, it has a psychological aspect, and it takes to be a conductor. When you're a guest conductor, you know, you need to learn about the people that you're going to lead to make music, have elements of their history, what schools are coming from, what's their language, in which language are you going to rehearse with them. So it's a very, very complex activity. Therefore, it is going a little bit, it's not a shortcut, it's a very long road, believe me, to become a conductor. But to make a competition is like preparing in project of Lusatia Glow, preparing young leaders based on a language that is harmonizing and bringing other people together. No conductor coming from God knows where will arrive to make to do the competition without learning first elements of the history of Lusatia, of the language, of their tradition, and so on. And then will be able to contribute through his awareness, her awareness, to the development of future generations of musicians. The very interesting thing is that talking about polyphony, and I must compliment David and Slavonic Europe, is that, you know, when you ask yourself, how is it going to be possible to have a conducting competition without educated conductors and without an orchestra? It's not that easy, and the logistics, believe me, are rather complicated. So in the polyphony of projects created by Slavonic Europe, and that's what I would like to emphasize and express my admiration for, there are different other projects in the Slavonic reality of Western Europe. And I will start with the example of Šumava Springs, where Olivier Roberti is going to tell you more a little bit later, where a music academy is going to be created, and master classes given by important musicians from all around the world. And also another project, the formation of a Slavonian youth philharmonic. That's very interesting because, you know, what would be the criteria to get into the orchestra? To have Slavonic origins, to belong to the Slavonic world, or to have the knowledge, the information, and the desire to be part of that. So that is a way of putting it, where sometimes maybe non-Slavonic language speakers become more aware than people who have been born through generations in families that speak a language which is of Slavonic roots. So this kind of polyphony, the music academy, the master classes, and the formation of the orchestra will result absolutely in a natural way in with a competition in Lusatia Glow, will result in a long-term vision. And for that, I compliment David for this initiative, and I will do all in my power to bring all these projects to life. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jon, for your wonderful words, for your visionary words. And from our side, I can assure you, we will do our best too, so that there can be and it will be a fruitful collaboration. Now I would like to ask for my next slide, where actually Jon has already mentioned it, and it's a wonderful introduction there, Jon, your last words, because indeed Lusatia Glow is a very rich structure. This rich structure we set up together, and you see a sort of reinversed pyramid, where we are starting from this crossroads, from the three-country place of Lusatia, with the German, the Polish, and the Czech part. And then we go up, and we start our project with specific actions who are specific for one region, for only one region. Then there will be activities for 2 regions, activities for 3 regions. There will be cross actions and so on. That's the basis. That's the basis of this reverse pyramid, if you want. And then we are coming on the multi-dimensional level, where we will have, and that's one reason why we ask for support, of course, because that's costly. We will need some horizontal structure for that. One of our projects on our visions is to set up Eastern European arte, a sort of Eastern European arte, something which will start from Lusatia, but which was then would spread its capacities, its information, its cultural richness all over Middle and Eastern Europe. Something like that doesn't exist. It exists in form of arte for Western Europe, for a part of Western Europe, but it doesn't exist something similar for Central and Eastern Europe. So we would like to set up that here, starting once again from a little plant. We are, and that's one of our specific approaches since I started with that, bottom up. We are not someone who would like, once again, go somewhere and set up immediately billions and billions of euros in concrete buildings and build up enormous transcontinental TV stations. That's not that. Maybe one day. But we want to do the bottom up once again. And that's, by the way, a very Slavonic approach, which has been already 400 years ago highlighted by Jan Amos Komenský in his Pan Sophia, where he said we have to start from concrete things, concrete lessons, and go systematically up without breaking this red line of knowledge accumulation and of knowledge progress. That was the way of Komenský. There was, by the way, in the past program, an EU program named after him, Comenius. So that's the approach. And then after this multidimensional section, we are getting in touch with some other projects and programs which Slavonic Europe and Lusatia GLOW 2 already highlighted and made conceptions. That's what Jon already mentioned, totally at the right, the Šumava Springs festival and project which is at the Czech-Bavarian border. That's the southern part of Czech Republic. Now with Lusatia, we are the northern part, and there's a big difference, and therefore it's quite interesting to see that in a comparative way between Czech Republic and Bavaria, there is no ethnicity, there is no minority, which could on the basis of a common language be a cross-border ambassador. It doesn't exist there. For that reason, with Olivier Roberti, we have been there, and Andreas Kluge was there too, in the summer, setting up and starting this project with a big support from Prague and from Munich. But it's much harder. In Lusatia, there is this common language, and that's the big advantage. And we have that in all other application areas too, which we would like to highlight. And I mentioned it in the beginning. We have, for the time being, 5 collaborating partners in which are literally learning from the benchmark project of Lusatia GLOW, which is the Alpe Adria GLOW. I mean, at the Slovenian, Italian, Austrian border with the Slovenian minority. It's in North Moravia, West Slovakia, South Poland, the Beskids GLOW, so the Beskids Mountains, where there is a dialectal continuum of Ponašemu, which is a specific dialectal idiom there, linking again in the crossroads of 3 countries, the people. Then certainly Eastern Belgium here, we heard Karl-Heinz Lamberts, where we have this dialectal continuum too between Eastern Belgium, Western Germany, north of Luxembourg and south of the Netherlands. Then fourthly, the Atlantic, we have Atlantic GLOW, and I'm very happy to have representatives here from Galicia. Ladies, welcome, and I'm very happy that you are with us. We have a very dynamic team there at the Spanish-Portuguese border, 2,000 kilometers away, but they are and they understood very quickly the importance of what we are doing starting in Lusatia. And then finally, our 5th application area, our partners are, and we will see all of them today, again in the southeast, it's the Slavonic GLOW, we named it. It's North Macedonia, Bulgaria, and Serbia. Why Slavonic GLOW? Because the Slavonic language, the Slavonic letters have been for the first time in history, more than 1,000 years ago, codified by Tsar Boris from Bulgaria in that region. And so that the codification of the Slavonic language at the time, which is already today a church language, this codification of this unity and this togetherness of the Slavs on a literature basis started there, and continued then with Simeon the Great and so on. There was a big chapter of the Slavonic evolution started from this region, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Serbia. So for that reason too, our best wishes are with them, because it's, as we know, not easy region. But we might be able to contribute, we would be happy with our project, to good evolution of the understanding of the people there. So that's Šumava Springs, as I told you, the Czech-Bavarian cross-border project, which Jon already mentioned. Then we have the Tuba project in Saxony, which was initiated, among others, by Dr. Andreas Kluge, which is a university project on biomedicine. Then we have the Slavonic World 2021 project, which will be presented later on too by our colleagues from the Slovak Academy of Sciences from Bratislava. Dr. Marinčák will join us. And that's a digital tool which never existed before. It's something actually completely new. That means the digitalization of the entire Slavonic literature plus in a 3D formats, the catalogization and putting in on internet and in digital accessible digital form, the music, the film, sciences, everything actually what today is possible. What our ancestors 1, 2, 3, 500 years ago, they had no chance to do that. Today we have these possibilities, so I would like that we use them to connect Slavs and to show to all the others the possibilities which are there still lying in Central and Eastern Europe, very often unknown to others, and we would like to highlight them. And then finally, it's about the Charta 2021, which is a civil society project on democracy. Indeed, inspired by the Charta 77 from Václav Havel and his compatriots and combatants in the deep 70s. And the Charta 2021 is again an initiative from today, from the 21st century, where we have possibilities what Václav Havel and his partners never had. Besides the fact that, of course, they had not the possibility to go cross-border for obvious reasons. Today we have that, plus we have all the tools, the technological tools, what they didn't have. So civil society today can be much stronger, much more powerful if the people unite. And that's and according to our analysis, one of the problems of weaknesses of democracy in some regions in Central Eastern Europe and elsewhere, of course, too. The problem of disconnection of civil society. We would like to contribute with Charta 2021 to that. We are in contact with the widow of Václav Havel, Dagmar Havlova, for that project too. And that's something what we would like to put in the triangle, Trojstik, between Czech Republic, Northern Moravia, where Boženka is coming from, Slovakia, Western Slovakia, and South Poland. So there would be a sort of observatory, a sort of civil society office which we would like to put there. And that will be crowned by the idea, and is crowned by the idea of a cross-border university. The European Translational University, Lusatia Jan Skala, which we would like to set up to and again, subsequently and gradually in the Lusatian Triangle, which will be a sort of coronation of all what we are doing here and all what we are presenting, because that would be on the highest possible level, the possibility to set up something permanent. And at the same time, translational, it should go to the ground. It shouldn't, and it won't stay only on the academic level, but it will be rooted in specific projects which will be implemented on the ground. So that's the idea. That's the full vision of Lusatia Glow, starting from, in the end, a small triangle place, but of high dynamics, as we have seen, and going much farther, getting much larger, and so encompassing, and we hope integrating larger and bigger and ever bigger and larger regions of the European Union. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Andreas Kluge, who would like now in the coming, as the first of the upcoming 3 presentations, present in more detail the specific territorial situation in Lusatia, in the German Lusatia, as the representative of the Serbski Sejm. Andreas, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very pleased to be able to present you now the vision of Lusatia Glow. It's a much more fundamental vision, and Lusatia Glow, you should be understood as a brand name for a regional culture mission, as to innovate the European Union as an institution. So Lusatia Glow is starting from Lusatia intellectually, but the claim is that this is an application example which we would like to extend to the entire European Union. Could I see the next slide, please? So the values, I basically stand in my title. So the values of the European Union are known to everybody, but I think it's worthwhile repeating them. The founding values of the European Union are democracy, are civil rights, and most importantly, the rule of law, which is implemented by joint legal frameworks we have in Europe, which are also looked at by joint European courts, ensuring really the respect of law in the member states. An important value which differentiates the European Union from other places in the world, which are transnational constructs, is the clear commitment to the cultural and linguistic diversity. Jan-Marin mentioned it, it's no melting pot. This is paragraph 3 of the treatment on the European Union. So a central commitment to the existence of multiple cultures and explicitly all cultures of Europe and not only the national state cultures. So beyond the founding values, we have the basic operating principles, which is really the main achievement of the European Union, balancing the interests of different nations, small, big, different cultural history, backgrounds, different history, in mutual respect. So it's actually quite an achievement to have developed such a methodology to balance and to democratically trade off interests of different cultures and to come to a joint net output as a European Union, as a political institution. Other basic principles are the burden sharing, which between member states we now experienced in the situation of the pandemic. It could have been better, but it could have been much worse as well. And so we pay each other's highways and we pay each other's educations. So we have burden sharing, which allows many member states to achieve a level of both commercial, economic, and also intellectual wealth and well-being, which would not have been possible for any of these countries alone. So this is the value, the burden sharing, and the support between the member states. We have the common legal principles and the common control of legality by our European high courts. Another thing which is of course vital for the long-term existence of the European Union, which as we all know is really menaced by nationalist developments, such as we have all painfully experienced with the Brexit, is the stimulation of transnational cohesion. So the European Union, in order to survive, wants to stimulate cohesion. So next slide, please. The challenges the European Union is facing is really, as I mentioned already, and I'm not the first one here, so it must be some truth in it, is really nationalist policies which attack the EU. We have those nationalist policies inside the European Union, and we have, of course, also nationalist policies, source of the problems the EU is facing beyond its borders, outside. You all know what I'm alluding to, and I think also, we see today that world politics dominate our little press conference and workshop here. So there's important things going on which are rooted in nationalism, a concept, an intellectual concept, which goes back to the mid of the 19th century. And it's not today's concept, but creates today's problem. So beyond nationalism, we have the mentality differences which complicate communication inside the European Union, and of course also beyond. One of the main problems is that we also have, for instance, different states of, let's say, national establishedness of national states. There's the more established national states, and which may have a more, let's say, relaxed relationship to the own national culture, and we have the sort of more recently established national states where national aspirations and the primacy of the national culture play a much more important role, which also may add to miscommunication. We have, of course, the Western versus Eastern European mentality, and in fact, today's European Union still is seen often as a club of some Western European country to which later on some other countries have acceded, which of course very wrong, and which Lusatia is really set to improve the situation. it's our intention really to emancipate the Eastern European, and namely being a Serb, the Slavic nations as full members, fully respected in the EU, and make their view heard. So that it's also this mentality translation we have to manage. The same is also true between Southern and Northern European countries. You may all recall the differences or the discussions about financial politics, where there are sort of different concepts around. So mentality differences complicate in general communication. So we are well advised to use people's competences to bridge different mentalities in order to enable communication also beyond music, because everyday life, of course, also needs to be organized somehow. Another point, which is really a challenge, a key challenge to the European Union, is the distancy of policy-making, the policy-making cast to the civil society, to the ordinary European, that is caused by mostly access to EU funding, is channeled through member states. So you go to your member state in order to get EU money, and so the member states, feel the population is actually grateful to the national country rather to the EU, which enabled that. And what it really means to be no longer eligible for EU money, you see in all the youth in the United Kingdom who now are excluded from all the beautiful trans-European research and cultural grants, which make today life in Europe European without the population knowing it. So the closeness of the European Union as a political structure to the civil society is an important field of improvement, where also the European Union feels the need to improve their ways. Next, please. So we have the EU regional cultures, and I would like once more to emphasize, do not let us use the term minority. The term minority is pejorative by itself, implicating that a bigger culture, which has more speakers, maybe to bellicose actions in the past, is per se better. By this way, emphasizing that a smaller culture with lesser speakers is by nature somehow inferior. This is not a right perception in our view. Regional cultures is the proper term in our view, and that is the term we strongly suggest using for going forward. So you see all the red dots here, which are only the regional cultures which connect border regions between neighboring countries. So we have heard about dialectal and language continua, which really cross border, like President Lamberts from the German-speaking society has very plastically described, which enable really a local regional identity and communication across borders. Here we have the application areas in Europe where we see the Lusatia GLOW example can be used. So the language continua are a reflection of joint European history. So every minority or every regional culture goes back to some change of the border. We don't want to change borders in Europe anymore, which is a main factor for the successful peacekeeping mission of the European Union. The joint languages are the basis to these transnational regional identities, which we have to use in order to improve the cross-border integration, welding together rather than separating. That was the term which President Lambert said, and that's what the Lusatia GLOW mission is about. So intercultural mediation, we said that the differences in mentalities are one of the main problems we have in the European Union, and of course also elsewhere in the world. So everything we do in Europe is seen by the world as an example how to, in a civilized way, manage a trade-off of interests. So the intercultural mediation of mentalities is something people who are born into a regional culture are by nature able to do, because we have automatically the affiliation to the national culture and to the regional culture, which gives us cultural fluency. And this is particularly important in minorities such as the Lusatian Serbs, which are a Slavic minority or Slavic regional culture in a Germanic country, or which is a Germanic regional culture like in Eastern Belgium, in a otherwise French-speaking country, for instance. So this mentality bridging competences should be used by the European Union, and that's what we suppose here. So that is what Lusatia GLOW is all about. Another point which I would like to reiterate: the living regional societies are basically transmitted in family in the private surroundings, because typically regional cultures do not have the official support, or in most countries, let's say, have not the official support of the national states. So the living and the thriving of the regional cultures really depends on the civil society. So being affiliated to a regional culture means automatically that all you do is civil society to make the regional culture ongoing. So the civil society rootedness the EU needs is really in good hands with the minorities or with the regional cultures. Next, please. So we have the regional cultures in numbers. We have 40 to 50 million EU citizens speaking a regional language, which is more than 10% of the EU population. In addition, of course, they speak this language in addition to at least one, or like in Belgium, two national languages. They are naturally bi or multicultural, and they are used to put themselves in different perspective, in the minority perspective, what is good for our cultural regional group, and what is maybe the national perspective. And as such, of course, people affiliated to regional cultures understand different mentalities of the neighboring country, of the own country, of the minority. And since mostly inhabiting border regions, I showed you the red dots, they are interested in welding together rather than separating, because this is their daily living, and they don't want to live in a split brain environment. They want really to integrate. So a glue for the European Union is the regional culture. So people practicing regional cultures are predestined as pathfinders for cross-border problem solving between the member states, which we also have as a problem in the European Union, but also between the European Union and non-EU country. And you will probably agree there's not enough problems to be solved. Next one. So, no, not this, previous, yeah, this one. So beyond being pathfinders for understanding, regional cultures are also allies for democracy in the European Union. I think the legal basis I already mentioned, the Treaty on the European Union and the Charter on the Fundamental Rights, both clearly commit to the safeguarding and the development of the regional cultures as part of the riches of the European Union. This, however, can only occur if in the member countries rule of law, human rights, and democracy are ensured. So naturally, the members of regional cultures and the citizens of regional cultures are highly interested to maintain a transnational level, which is the European Union, where the interests of the regional cultures can be taken care of, since many of the national states are not in the least interested in looking into the interests of the regional cultures. Think of France, for instance, which is the seat of the Council of Europe, where, for instance, the Framework Convention of for the protection of national minorities has its secretariat. France is the only country in the European Union which has not ratified this norm, which otherwise is respected, including Russia and many countries outside the European Union, showing that the safeguarding of the regional cultures, which is a clear aim of the European Union, is not regarded important by some member countries. So this is where the EU comes in, and where adherents of regional cultures have an important reference level inside the European Union. So this is why we say regional cultures are the natural allies for democracy for the European Union. Next, please. So in order to summarize, it's not all about Lusatia, it's just a brand name. It's a European integration initiative which proposes to systematically strengthen and use the regional cultures of the European Union as cross-border cohesion factors for European integration. We have coined the term synapses. Like in a brain, you have nerves coming together, forming the brain as a whole. We have the European regional cultures as allies for the defense of the democracy, rule of law, and civil rights, and also as pathfinders for collaborative cross-border problem solving. And there's enough problems we have in the European Union. So take the competence and the intrinsic interest of European regional culture citizens as part of the instrumentarium to really solve problems inside the EU. We are EU-friendly counterbalance. I coined the term EU loyalist, because we are naturally against nationalist concepts which are in contradiction to regional culture interest. And also the other way around, the EU has a direct access to the civil society level, coming into direct contact with the regional culture representatives. And of course, and that is the Serbski Sejm is an example for this, we want a democratic organization of how the European level can interact with regional cultures in order to have a more direct citizen contact between the European level and the regional cultures. That's essentially the message. The new paradigm is adding an additional level between European Union, national states, having the regional cultures as an additional factor of cohesion and adding a new dimension to the European Union. That's essentially the message. Thank you very much.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Of course.
Because I'm an optimist and I'm very pro-European. But in the recent past, we have seen that the promotion of regional cultures has led to splitting up countries. I don't have to name the examples, but we are living in Belgium. We have the Balkans. You have Slovakia and Czechia. You may remember that Isaiah Berlin has written a very important book on Romanticism, where people identify with their regional national culture, which always has led to war. So I understand what you mean to say, but I see that the practice is often different. How are we going to solve that problem?
Yeah, there's of course a very justified question, and you're probably thinking about Spain and you're thinking of the split up of national states. I think there's two things I would like to mention. The result of splitting off countries and of secession, that's what it is essentially. This is a result of the nationalist concept. So we want to have our own state and we want to be separated from the Spanish, from the Czech. This is exactly what Lusatia Glow is not about. What we say is that someone like Mr. Lamberts and his colleague from Aachen and from the Netherlands, they have more in common, and they are not better served if they're all at one side of the border, right? And this is the paradigm change. The paradigm change is really say, we agree that wherever we live, on which side of the border, if we have something in common which is cultural, we should not, no child should be asked to decide for mother or father, for instance, in case of a separation, which occurs increasingly frequently, as you know. We should say, they are both my parents, and I want to see that somehow these parents get along, and we as children have the best way, wherever we are, happen to be after as a result of changing frontiers. That's the answer of your question, I think, which is a new concept, and the ambition of Lusatia Glow is really not more of the same. We want to have more subsidies for our folklore dancing ensemble. This is not the point. The point is to say smaller cultures have a particular value in terms of democracy and in terms of problem-solving competency, which should be used for a better EU, which was not the case splitting up a beautiful country like Czechoslovakia, and which is also not the idea of having now an independent Catalonia, by the way, because that's clear, the question. But if they can have a nice Catalonia inside a nice Spain, because they have really what they need for their culture and maintaining their identity, then France should not play a role. That's the answer.
I understand, yeah, but you're asking sophisticated thinking from simple people. It is a message which is difficult to sell. I agree with your idea. I'm not fighting you, but just saying that it will be complicated.
If I can step in, I think there is a small mistake in that. I don't know any border region where ever a war started from. Wars are starting from capitals. Okay, okay. And what we are talking here about are just, and I said it several times, and Andreas too, and all the others in the beginning. We are not talking about capitals here. That's the contrary. We are talking about the borders, because we are convinced that first, that's much less dangerous, because the people there have a completely another vision, and secondly, this cross-border linguistic continuum. That's what we are talking about. They won't have any wars between them, between themselves. And you mentioned Czechoslovakia, for example. Božena, he's coming from Moravia, not far away from Slovakia. I think they had no interest in splitting whatsoever at the time. The splits came from Prague and from Bratislava. Okay, voila. So for that reason, our initiative is a completely different one. We are, and I think, but it's a very good example, or your question, that it's still in the heads. That when we are talking about languages, about cultures, regions, it's always capital-based somewhere, it's centralized. But it's not the case. We are going expressis verbis, and particularly to the borders, where I think the danger is much less.
Thanks. Any more questions?
Andreas, thanks a lot for your presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Božena to present her view on the evolution of Czech Republic.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for the opportunity to have a presentation here in Brussels. So would you please move to the next slide? Yes, with the logo of Lusitská aliance České republiky, Lusatian Alliance of the Czech Republic. I spoke about it in the first part of our session. So would you please go? And that's the outline of my short presentation. First, I would explain the motivation why Lusatian Alliance, Lusitská aliance, came into being. Then I will speak about the general goal of Lusitská aliance, then about impulses that can play a role. And the impulses will touch three basic domains: education, culture, and probably a little bit surprisingly also hiking and tourism. And all of them, according to my view, can contribute to the main domain, which is democracy. But I will also show you the official seat and the preparatory budget. So please, the next slide. Yes. The motivation is very easy, but simply communication. So the idea to establish Lusitská aliance arose from the needs of communication. And the next slide will show you what I mean here. So what sort of communication is it? Is it a communication with our past? It's a communication with our present state, and it's a communication with our future, what will be or what could be. And this idea perfectly resonates with the main goal of the Slavic New Wave initiative, you and me, meaning you as Slav and at the same time European, and me as a Slav and European at the same time. Next slide, please. Before speaking about general goal of Lusitska Alliance, I should explain why Lusatian Serbs. I spoke about it already in the first half of our session, but I would stress the historical issue. So remember, from the 14th to the 17th century, both Lusatias belonged to the crown of Kingdom of Bohemia. Then there's a linguistic issue. The Lusatian language is very, very close to Czech, and so on and so on. So it is their culture, the culture of Lusatian Serbs, that has something to say to contemporary Europe. And it is them, the smallest Slavonic nation, that is fueling the idea of cooperating, mutually communicating, and freedom-loving Europe. So here we have a general goal of Lusitska Alliance to promote, to accompany, and to support all initiatives in the Czech Republic, but also in Germany, in Poland, or elsewhere in Europe that would help the progressive development of self-awareness and cooperation of all small nations in Europe. And as several times had been said here, the Lusatian Serbs serve as a good model. It's a good model example for them. Lusitska Alliance is directly linked to and mandated by Serbski Sejm, and it assumes the role of central coordinator of Lusatia Global Pilot Project in the Czech Republic. Next slide, please. So how we see our European mission? Let's start with a Czech idiom, which sounds like this: jít na to od lesa. Les means a forest, and the idiom means to search for the rules to find the merits of the case. One of the trees we have here is the lime tree, Lipa. It's a picture in the middle. And if you look at it, imagine its smell, imagine its fragrance, imagine its graceful crown and kind shape. And it's a national symbol of both Czechs and Lusatian Serbs. And it already amazed our ancestors with its strength and longevity. And it is this longevity, which is represented by Lipa, by the lime tree, that shows our memory, but also our future. So next slide, please. So what are the impulses that can play a role in our project? We believe in a new impetus to European integration, and we want to bring something specific, a cohesive force, and about stronger impulses for integration. And what are those impulses? Concrete projects, specific activities, various venues, mutual meetings, simply everything that leads to integration through cultural consolidation. Next slide, please. Yes. So here we have the domain of education. What we plan are language classes of Lusatian Serbian at Palacký University in Olomouc, especially the Department of Czech Philology and Department of Slavic Studies. What also we plan are language classes of Lusatian Serbian in Svobodná škola Roňa Free School. You will hear more about it, not in my presentation, but in future presentation of my colleagues. This next slide. Then we will lean up on something which already exists, and we want to develop it more internationally, and we would like to stress the Slavic aspect here. And that's a university students competition in theological disciplines and history. And we would like to stress the special focus on Lusatian Serbian and other Slavic languages. We also have a tradition in faculty and national rounds, but we want to expand internationally. Another venue, which already has its long tradition, is the International Meeting of Young Linguists. There are regular international meetings of young linguists at Olomouc University. And what I like are especially their workshops. If you look at the slide, you see the main topics in the last 2 years, and especially the workshops. And I would stress the second workshop, written in blue, media workshop, fake news. That's a topic which the students chose. So that is interesting, yeah. And exactly this topic coincides with one of the goals of Czech presidency in the second half of this year. So would you please go to the next slide? Yes. Now I spoke about something what already exists, but now we have a vision here. There's a foundation of liberal arts high school in Jindřichovice pod Smrkem, which also offer Lusatian Serbian language. You will hear about it more about another presentation. Next slide, please. And we also want to establish a faculty of designing the future in Jindřichovice pod Smrkem as a part of the Holistic Translation University. It's supported by the platform called Next Renaissance, a platform for holistic education. Again, you will have a special presentation about it. Next one. And here we have a second domain, that's a culture. We plan a couple of exhibitions. For example, New European Architecture, Time for a New Urbanism Between East and West. Again, you will hear about it in another presentation. And next slide, please. That's an exhibition which will be held in Prague and will be organized by experts in history, of course. And it's an exhibition called Religious Diversity of Both Lusatias. Then we would also like to support and develop a cultural cross-border Lusatian festival Žijící srdce in Czech, Living Heart, in Jindřichovice pod Smrkem. And there is a very interesting open-air museum which offers living experience of Lusatian way of life. Next slide, please. And let's go to the last domain, which is maybe very specific, and for the first time mentioned here, hiking and tourism. I myself must admit that I'm a member of what is called a Klub Českých turistů, and yesterday I probably proved it by leading the people through Brussels. So what we plan are large cross-border meetings of tourist clubs. The names of the tourist clubs are there. And we plan meeting of tourist clubs in Jindřichovice pod Smrkem. And the picture shows you a very specific point, which is Trojmezí, Trojstick, on the border between Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. So that will be another meeting of tourist clubs. Next slide, please. And here's something what we are really proud of. That's a planned international youth meeting covering all domains: culture, sport, education, and of course, communication. And this venue in Czech is called Šance na ostrově Šán, which is a word play, of course. And it will be a large cross-border meeting of young boaters on the island of Šán, on the river of Labe in Czech. So we have pictures and a map. And what you see here is the official seat of Lužická aliance, in so-called Lužický dům, Lusatian house in Jindřichovice pod Smrkem, in the open-air museum Žijící skanzen. Here's the address and contact issues. Next slide, please. I don't think we will go now through a budget, so the next slide. And I would like to finish with this slogan: cross-border togetherness. What do we mean here? A cross-border togetherness may be supported by cross-border integration and cohesive facilitators. And that's all. And the next slide shows you my thanking for your attention. Děkuji za pozornost.
Thanks a lot. Are there any specific questions? Everything is clear. So now I would like to give the floor to Marek Helkowski from the third Lusatian region from Poland. Marek, you have the floor.
Okay, I will start with the following information. The most powerful information material what we plan is included right now in the project. This is we have worked a couple of hours on the subject, and there's very rich. What I will do right now is just a short speech, because everything was told again, and I am the last one. Yeah. What can you? Do you have my presentation? Yeah. Hopefully. So before they will find it again, I will say the following thing. This is extremely important and interesting. That okay, I will just try. Łużycki Alliance. This is something like Łużycka Alianza, Lausitzer Alliance. It exists in 3 countries too. For us, it's surely the mainland Serbski Sejm, yeah? Because Serbs and Wends are living mostly in Germany. In Poland, we are a few. In Czech, there is a few, yeah. But the culture and all things are still there, and we want to protect it. Our movement was done by some activists related to Lusatia, with history, culture, Lusatian language, as a friend of me, and also my vice president. The next. Can you the next? Okay. Communication. The need to support cross-border communication is an instrument for deepening the integration of 3 countries. And this is extremely important because of the history we have had in the last few hundred years. Sometimes it was not friendly relation. The next one. Main goals: education, culture, art, history, and Lusatian languages. The problem what we see is also in Poland and in Germany, that upper Lusatian language is still living. Lower Lusatian language is dying. And this is the problem which can be only lose by teaching the language and by education. And this is something what must be done. Next one. Everybody are talking a lot about civil society. I will not repeat it because you have heard a lot of it. This is surely what we do also. Next one, please. Why the Lusatian Serbs? Because have lived 1,500 years in the heart of Europe, are example of peaceful coexistence. They stick Germany, Czech, and Poland. They cultivate centuries-old traditions. This is not so often. They deserve support and respect for it. Next one, please. Practical activities. We have to promote, accompany, and support all initiatives in the Czech Republic, Germany, and Poland, or elsewhere, that help in the gradual development of self-awareness and cooperation of all small nations in Europe, where the Serbs are the best example for them. We have to cooperate with Serbski Sejm, and with Czech Republic's Lusatia Alliance, because why shall we do it? Because we, Serbski Sejm, Lusatia Alliance, Lusatia Alliance, we know the best what shall be done to protect it. We expect that the European Union will support us financially to do it, because without money, somebody will switch off the light in 100 years, the language will die. This is something what I don't want that will happen. What we will bring to the Europe, we will bring new impulse of integration. Everybody says this. The problem is not a lot of people knows about this two small nations. They are two small nations, Wends, Sorbs and Wends, with lower Sorbian language and upper Sorbian language. Next one. So this is something you will find in the prospect. It will be boring if I will read all these points, but this is clue of our idea. What we see must be done. Surely, if we will not become support from Serbski Sejm or from European Union, we will do maybe 5% of our plans. But we have calculated everything in our plan, which we have delivered to David. He has implemented it in our plan, and this is a lot. Next one, please. So you see, okay, it's we are by education. As I always say, I have said, we must support and promote education together: preschool, school, university, and after school. I was before many years. I have sold an idea that this Sorbian and Wends children shall learn first 3 years only Serbian language, because this is the best possibility for small children to understand this language, and everything what you learn as a child, will stay in your brain. Everything what you will learn when you are studying, okay, 50%. When you start to learn language with 40, this is only a few percent. Next one, please. These are the names of our member of management board. It's me. 3 people are not here. Mr. Thomas Olgierd Major is here. We came together. Okay, most interesting thing what I have prepared, what David has asked me. Give me the next one. As you see here, I will come a little bit. So you see, you have here Lusatia in Germany, small Lusatia parts in Czech, and Lusatia part in Poland. This is, and as you see before, also these regions were all these regions were also Lusatia. For a few hundred years, Dresden was Dreszczany. Berlin was Berlin. Yeah, it means that Slavs are living there until today. Next one. Can you switch on the next one? Okay. As you see here, we have a lower Lusatia, upper Lusatia. This map is you have it in the map. You can just look at it at home. But this is the most interesting map. This is our stuff now, our web page, and our email address. Sure, I think it's okay. It's everything.
Thanks a lot, Marco. It was a very, very illustrative and plastic and clear presentation, as we are used to it from you. And I'm happy that you have again shown us the Polish dynamics and energy, which is here. Also, and I apologize for it, I'm almost, it's true, almost always the last one who is presenting, because we won't have to have our woman, of course, in the middle. But you are among the most powerful. Now I would like to give a special impulsion in a similar way, like we have done it with Jon Marin. I would like to give the floor to someone who is coming from outside, who is coming from Slovakia, from Bratislava, Jan Galik. Jan is one of the founders and member of civic organization in Bratislava, Zaslušné Slovensko. It means for a correct Slovakia. And Jan will tell us something about the situation, how it is now in Slovakia, in Bratislava. And together with Jan, we have the idea and the project, as I already mentioned, this in the joystick between Slovakia, Moravia, and Poland to set up a sort of human rights watch, a sort of office bureau of civic societies from these three countries. So, Jan, you have the floor.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to say that our collective of Zaslušné Slovensko for a Decent Slovakia was actually not only in Bratislava, it was in 50 different cities in our country. So that's an important thing to say. And yes, today I would just like to share a few thoughts on how the civic society and democracy looks like these days in our country. In 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks, we will actually be lighting candles and remembering Jan Kuciak and Martina Kušnírova. Jan Kuciak was an investigative journalist that was murdered of the biggest protests and the biggest rallies in our country's history, which I was a part of. These protests were very sophisticated. These protests managed to transform somehow anger into hope, fear into solidarity and activity. And 2 years ago, we experienced, or almost 2 years ago, the corona pandemic. At the same time, in our country, we changed governments, and I think that the past 2 years have been extremely difficult for everybody. And I want to share something that's maybe not very positive, but I find it very important. We were expecting before that the civic society will get stronger and better, and that these values that we could see on the streets in 2018 of solidarity, of hope, of tolerance, of finding the truth, being truthful, that these values will grow. Unfortunately, also thanks to the pandemic and other reasons, we can see a huge increase of conspiracy theories, of lies, of hoaxes, of far-right extremism, of far-right populism, and the rhetorics of mainstream politics are becoming very much extreme, not only in my country, but in a lot of countries in Central Europe. I think this is something that is really important to address because populist and right-wing and extremist rhetorics have an influence on society that will be very hard to get rid of or to change. These kind of targeting of NGOs, of media during the pandemic, targeting actually scientists, doctors, and teachers is something that is extremely dangerous for the future generations, because maybe we can elect a different parliament or different politicians every 4 years, but this will stay with us in the society, in the civic society, for a really, really long time. So I just wanted to start maybe with this warning that the civic society is growing also on the undemocratic side, on the side that is feeling nostalgia towards Soviet Union, that is admiring authoritarian regimes around the world. And I think we have to take this threat very seriously. And one of the ways that we can combat this is to lead by example, to create international connections between NGOs, to cooperate on the level of cultural events, but also on the level of activism, which has always been connected with art and culture. I think today the battle of my generation is the battle for the values of the European Union. And I'm sure that we can all agree that we have to defend the values of celebrating diversity, of tolerance, of freedom and democracy. And my message is that these values are truly being threatened, and we have to work together to defend the democratic and free way of living. And I hope projects like these that are connecting different cultures, different interesting organizations, grassroots movements, cultural institutions are one of the ways that we can achieve this. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I wish you all a pleasant day.
Very intensive and sensitive advice and statement, actually, which is really very important for us, and we will take it very seriously. Now I would like to give the floor to another friend and partner from Slovakia, from the Slovak Republic, from Bratislava. It's Docent Šimon Marinčák, who is the director of the Institute of Slavistics of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Šimon is supporting us for a long time already. I was actually one of the first supporters. He gave us immediately actually his support, which is not automatic. And we are very grateful for that to Šimon. And Šimon and me and us would like to develop in the framework of this digital platform, which I already mentioned, Slavonic World 2021, a sort of pendant to what Jan Garlick told us, because to have a decent society, we need knowledge and we need information, and we need decent information. And we try to put it then in a form, in a modern form of, among others, digital tools. And that's something which we would like to do together with the support of Šimon, the Slovak Academy of Sciences, and all the friends and partners right to that. Šimon, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I would like to present two modules, as David already mentioned. It is a digital platform for cultural exchange and communication within the Slavonic World project. It has been mentioned today that since the time in the 9th century when Slavs received letters or created letters later, Slavic literature started to be produced. And you know that every single nation, whether bigger or smaller, puts into culture its genius, its mentality, and also cultural background. And it is really important to remember and to collect all these. It has been also mentioned today that there is a danger that some smaller cultures may die out, and it would be really pity if we allowed, even today when we have means how to preserve and also to distribute our cultural heritage. What I'm going to present now is uncovering of hidden treasure of literatures that come from different Slavic nations or nationalities or whatever you call it. First of all, we would focus on digitalization of literature, and we would collect it into virtual library. It is very important to have this corpus of literature because every single book reflects its author, nation, background, etc. Thus, the database would be created, and to make it available also to other European nations, this literature would be translated into from the beginning into main languages, not only to German, English, French, Italian, but also perhaps even to other Slavic languages. For example, we can have a Polish author translated into Bulgarian, into Serbian, into Belarusian or Russian, etc., and vice versa, of course. With this corpus of digitalized books, literature, we would create module 2, which is academia, and we would allow schools to use it, of course. In order to make it possible, we already talked to several schools. We focused on high schools, gymnasia in Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland, Slovenia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also Germany, but also, strange enough, North Carolina University in Chapel Hill. We found several schools that agreed to cooperate in this project, and we expect also their input. What does that mean? Their input would consist of information. What kind of literature do they need for their educational programs? And we would try to collect these and make them available to these schools. If this showed, and I sincerely believe that it would, that this model works, then we would spread this possibility also to other schools, not only to high schools, but also to universities. Not only universities in Slavic countries, but also to whole European Union and also beyond. I think it is very important, especially when European Union tries to safeguard and enhance diversity. I think these teaching modules are very important. Also within the cross-borders meetings, but also within meetings in entire European Union. I think I have mentioned everything. Maybe David can add anything if I forgot something. Thank you for your attention.
Shimon, thanks a lot for your very, as always, structured and clear and forward-looking message, because here we are talking about important tools, which are these multi-dimensional tools, which have been seen in this red line at the beginning, not necessarily vertical, but horizontal, which are then for everybody there. And that are tools which can be then filled subsequently with more and more substance. So that's the digital agenda today, and we would like to use it for really sensible things here. Now I would go and come to the application areas, which the benchmark of Lusatia will and had already inspired for actions across Europe, and we mentioned it in the beginning. First, I would like to give the floor to Martina Kafol from Slovenia. I hope Martina is with us, so that she could develop from the Alpe Adria region, the crossroads between Slovenia, Italy, and Austria, the situation of the Slovenian minority there in Udine, Trieste, and so on, and the possibilities we have in this Alpe Adria region for benchmarking the Lusatian model. Martina, you have the floor.
Dobar dan, hello to everybody from Trieste. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very happy we are, or the group of us, we are very happy to have been invited to this beautiful project. We believe that this could be a very important project for our growth and for a perfect partnership. I work as I would like to present our very shortly what we have thought to do together, and also to show you where are we talking from, where we are. So this is my, I hope that I'll be able to share the screen. Yeah. So wait, just a moment. So this is our beautiful region. We are going southern now with us. Between the mountains and the sea. Slovenia, I'm sure that you know Slovenia. We have a lot of we have a little spot between the Adriatic Sea, the Alps, and the Pannonia, and always used to live with the borders, because we live. Slovenia is nowadays small, and as you can see, we are Slovenians in Italy, here Austria, then Hungary and Croatia. So this is an area with Slovenes who come from very different countries. We are born in a multilingual society, and we have been always used to speak in different languages and to understand each other, all the Slavs who live together, and also to work as translators. This is always our activity. Our team is formed at the beginning, is formed by Jana Sovova, who teaches Czech at the University of Udine, Petra Ciglic, who is a student doing a master at the University of Udine, Mitja Tretjak, who is a journalist, and me, who I'm working as an editor in our editing company, publishing company in Trieste, and I also teach Slovene at the University of Udine. Our publishing house is the starting point for our work here. We are an old publishing house, started from the end of the Second World War, with a mission of promoting our authors and also local history, local stories, local reality, and also working as a bridge between Slovenia and Italy, and now also with Austria. We have some common projects also with Austrian publishers, Wieser and Drava, for example. So we have been always working in this cross-border region. The other institutions who are going to cooperate at the beginning in this project are the Slovene Cultural and Economic Association. This is one of the major Crown associations who are involve a lot of artistic, cultural, economic, and also sports institutions in Italy. And apart from our publishing house, also the newspaper Primorski Dnevnik. This is a daily paper, which is a national, international, and also local paper, who also connects Slovenes from Slovenia and Slovenes living in Italy. what we'd like to create. We have a lot of artistic, a big artistic potential, a lot of music, instrumental music, choirs. We have a lot of, we have a professional theater in Italy, a Slovene professional theater, a public library, which is good represented in the whole territory, and a lot of young people who create. So we can offer very beautiful and very good artistic products, and we would like to show them not only in Italy but also further in Europe. This is the first point. The second point is that we would like to create a press center, which has been already created at the beginning of the year 2000 in this building that you see now. This is the Narodni Dom, the House of Culture, which has been built. You see the picture below is the picture from the beginning of the century. It has been opened in 1904. In Trieste. The architect is Jože Plečnik, and then it has been burned down in 1920, the 13th of July 1920, by a fascist attack, and now it has been given back to the Slovene community in Italy, in Trieste and in Italy, and we are going to have all our activities in this building. This is a work in progress which has been already started. Another thing which is very important for us, we are developing very well touristically. We have a lot of products, which is here in this slide. You see only things to eat and to drink. It's a good time now to see things like that, oil, cheese, and wine. But we have also a lot of craft, of very important crafts, like for example, also works on stone. A lot of young people who create beautiful things. And our idea is to make a digital platform for all the tourists who come in our region to find, so that they can find all our local producers, which are Slovenes who live on this side of the border, but who are also connected. We are also connected all the time, also with Slovenes on the other side of the border. I wanted to give an example for our one of the best female chefs in the world is Anna Roš, and she was born in Gorica, near Gorica in Slovenia. It was Yugoslavia at that time. Then she studied and she finished her studies of diplomacy in Gorizia in Italy, and now she's having her restaurant in Kobarid in Slovenia. So all the time having the function of this cross-border collaboration. So this is a thing which is also very well visible in our kitchen, of course. We have, what is the thing that we like most, and the thing that is most important is to invite, to convince our young people, our students, to stay here. Now you have this trend of all the people going out. This Erasmus is a beautiful project who give the possibility to the young people to go away, to go abroad and study abroad. But we want to give them the possibility to come back home and come back home with all their experiences and to create something beautiful and new in our place. And then to glow towards outside another time. So this is our, I think this is our biggest desire, to give new opportunities to the young people. And I would like to finish with today. Today is the 8th February, the Slovene National Feast. It's the feast of France Prešeren. France Prešeren is the, I think you know him, he's the biggest Slovene poet. And the Slovenian national anthem is a toast, actually. You know, Slovenian culture has more than 100 toasts as songs. We sing a lot of toasts. And our anthem is a toast. And the last verse talks about neighborhood. This means that he says, we would like to come the time when all the people around us are not going to be enemies, but neighbors. So I'd like to greet you all. Thank you very much for giving us the possibility to be here with you, and we're looking forward to working together also in future, to start to work together in future. Na svidanje. Bye bye.
Martinos, thanks a lot for a wonderful presentation of the Adriatic region. And now we are moving to the Atlantic. That's it's another application area from the Lusatia benchmark. And that are our friends at the, in the Galician region. And it will be Uxio, who is already greeting us and who will present to us the Atlantic Glow project. Uxio, you have the floor.
Okay, David. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Congratulations to all the launchers of the Glow project. Congratulations to all the people that are showing the. I'm very impressed for all the minorities, because if you are Galician like me, you seems very, very close to all these people. Allow me to share my screen in order to say something about my identity and my country. So you can see my, yes. Okay. As I said, this is Uxio. It's a Galician name with a Celtic origin. Imagine that I was a Spanish citizen talking a Portuguese dialect and seem like an Irish, because when I go to a hotel in Madrid or Brussels, all the people think, are you Irish or not? And remember, I'm from the most ancient kingdom of all Europe, the last Roman Finisterrae, and from Buenos Aires to Zurich, from Sao Paulo to Berlin, from Newark on New York to Mexico City, from Terranova, that is a Galician name, to any Sarah shop or to any of the many ships in the world. If you hear Galician, you should visit us anytime, because as the pilgrimage of San Andres de Teixido teaches us, if you don't come alive, you will come dead, turned into a reptile. Our pilgrim's route, the UNESCO World Heritage biggest all over the world, our pilgrim route to Santiago are the routes that measure Europe, and we always your destination, the other human being on the other side of the earth, the other side of the bridge, and in the middle, all Europe, our continent. We are waiting for you. But why Portugalicia? What is Portugalicia? Galicia, is our culture that has something to say to the contemporary Europe just now. Portugaliza is a cross-border community that share one language family, the fifth worldwide. It's not a minority language. We are recognized in the European Minority Chart of Minority Language, but we are a big language all over the world. Portugaliza is a culture and heritage. It's part of the ancient Suebi kingdom, the most ancient kingdom of over Europe, and we have 17 UNESCO World Heritage now. I'm in front of the Hercules Tower in my city, in Coruña city, that I was teacher on the University of Coruña in sociology, with Hercules Tower, the most ancient lighthouse all over Europe. Our history, our Atlantic landscape. Think one thing. In front of me, you have, I only have New York with the Atlantic Ocean in the middle, and the worldwide diaspora. We are one of the biggest European communities of migrants all over the world, added to the Italians and to the Kurds in Asia. What is the reason that we want to be integrated in the globe and benchmark all the activities that you are talking this morning? Because we have a very big windows of opportunity in the Santiago's way. We have the Jacobus year 2022 now. In Portugal, we have the Eurovision Festival that is very interesting in the pop culture of our continent. And for one very important reason, we, the Galicians, in the northwest of Spain, at the head of Portugal, we are the unique Lusophone linguistic territory, worldwide without a state administration that is fueling the idea of cooperating, mutually communication, and freedom-loving Europe. Examples. More than 90% of the people are vaccinated now. And we are one of the most European regions, voting elections by elections from 1986. Think other thing. We are a very strong cultural identity, but we don't have any kind of political conflict of secessionists for this. This is, people call us the Spanish Welsh people for this cause. More of our added value, characteristic added value at the Galician diaspora. We are more than the Northwest Quartier of Iberic Peninsula. All the Latin Americans call the Spanish Galicians, as example. Under the Island Meadow Foundation, we are their discoverers. Ask them. And today we are considered part of the 7 Celtic Nation League. Our music, our folk music, is plenty of famous bagpipers as Cristina Pato or Carlos Núñez, singers now with cross-border Associa or Goisa in Portugal, pandereteiras now viralized with their Eurovision candidature, indie music like Planetas, and the cheapest seafood all over Europe. More things. What is the basis of our identity? Our common language family, the Portuguese and Galician, that is the same. As if you went to Brazil, you see I talk like a Brazilian because I have a Portuguese tongue but surrounded by Spanish. Portuguese is an official language of European member now, but Galician is a constitutionally official with the Spanish of Galicia region, and is protected and studied too on León province in other Spanish region, and in Extremadura region too, and in Asturias region too. And we are recognized on European Chart of Minority Language. If you hear a Portuguese talking with a Galician, you can know who is who. We talk like Brazilians, I repeat. Waifun, the coordinator of the Atlantic Law to this project, is the foundation of my father. My father was a Galician, was a special Galician because my father was maybe the most famous poet of the 20th century. He's translated to Japanese, to English, to French, but my father has other characteristics. He was known on Galicia like a national poet. Think that Galicia is a country of poets. We are a literary potence. All that the Spanish, the 50% of the Spanish writers that you know are Galicians. And my father was known in Galicia and out Galicia, in Madrid. We think that like the Italian says, the messaggero, el messaggero non è importante, the messenger is not important, but we are at order to lead the Atlantic part of the project in the benchmarking, in the exchange of best practices, knowledge, and experience to share the common cross-border, the minority cross-border communities all over Europe in our territory. With all these partners, we have expressions of interest of all these cultural and touristic and cultural heritage entities and the multi-level administrations all over the 2 parts of our cross-border territory in Spain, Galicia, and Portugal. Our core in the project, our strategy, our target is benchmarking your Lusatia plan because it's very nice for us, and through a specific domain, the cultural tourism and the fostering of our cultural industries, because you don't know, maybe you don't know Galicia yet, but you know Inditex, and is the company of my city, and we think our best ambassadors, maybe with all the activities that you can see in the dossiers, but and with a lot of experience, because one of our added values as entity is our 10 years of experience on European projects of all that sizes. But if I can go, because I talk a lot like Spanish, not like Portuguese, but if you see our ambassadors, you see people, famous actors on Hollywood like Luis Tosar, or football players like Cristiano Ronaldo, because you don't know, because Cristiano Ronaldo is from Madeira Island, but in the origins are Portuguese of the north. And the people from Lisbon, from the capital city of Portugal, talks the Portuguese of the north, Galician too. Why? I don't know. You can see all our ambassadors, Aki Kaurismäki, the famous Finnish directors. All these people know Galicia and know our cultural power and our power to be Europeans, because if you go to any restaurant on any of your capitals in Europe and you see any cooker making boiled potatoes or boiled sea, maybe they will be Galician. We have a cultural Atlantic heritage ambassadors following all the Santiago's ways, and you can see in the dossier all of these examples. Our companies, especially the creative industries, are in all Europe, and maybe you can see a lot of times, but you don't identify it for now as Galicians. No more. I'm at your disposal for more questions. And thank you other time, and congratulations for this big proposal. Okay, David, and the rest of the partnership.
Yuxios, thanks a lot for your very emphatic and energetic Atlantic presentation. So you see, we are spreading and connecting the Black Sea with the Atlantic and vice versa. So talking about Black Sea, indeed, we are now going again to Southeastern Europe, to our friends in North Macedonia, Bulgaria and Serbia. And that's another application area. As I explained already to you, the Slavonic Glow. And there I would like to give now the floor to Victor Zaka, who is the main ambassador, and who will be followed then by Katica Janeva. You have the floor, Victor.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Could you give me a sign if you can hear? Yeah, so dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to present my share on this workshop. At this workshop, I'm really sorry for not having the possibility to be there, but I'm also happy to present now the area between Macedonia, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Bulgaria. Of course, I have made a map which should depict the area, the South Slavic area, in which there are many shared dialects, many shared transit dialects between the existing standard Slavic languages. The South Slavic continuum is a basis, is a starting point, one of the starting point for a cooperation with other ethnicities and nations and folks in Europe. As I've drawn here, you can see that you can see some transit dialects between Slovenia and Croatia. You've seen in the other presentation the border between Italy and Slovenia, and that is also a part of the South Slavic dialect continuum. And as you see, there are three countries which are depicted in the focus of this presentation: Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and Serbia. They already have a very rich cooperation. They were once also part of one country. They were some of them were part of one country longer and in the very close past. And they share also common features, common culture, and very similar linguistic traits. It is also important to mention that there is not only a South Slavic continuum here, but also a Romance continuum, which begins in Istria and ends in Romania. That's the part of the eastern Eastern Romance continuum, to which also Aromanian, Megleno-Romanian, and Istro-Romanian belong. So these transit dialects between the Slavic standardized languages are the basis of a cooperation. We should not, to my opinion, we should not concentrate only on language, but also on culture. So there is a lot of shared heritage between these three countries, Serbia, North Macedonia, and Bulgaria, which already have among themselves some reciprocal contacts. And the three different languages, but sharing transit dialects due to the South Slavic dialectal continuum, are the basis of a possible cooperation. So it is a linguistically and ethnically colorful area in which also other ethnicities and minorities live, and which are also part of these three countries. We should not forget that there are also some forgotten minorities, such as Judezmo, which speak as a variety of Spanish, but which is dying out in these three countries. The same can be said about Aromanian. So there are some initiatives existing in these countries. The last one is Open Balkan. It should be emphasized that that these three Balkan countries, although they are not part of the European Union, they respect more and intensively minority rights than some members of the European Union, which in theory are respecting as a part of the large family the European as cultural European principles, but then in practice they do not implement some basic minority rights, which some of the minorities from these three countries should or maybe have to have in these European member states. So as I said, Albania, North Macedonia and Serbia share now also some economic and educational bonds, but this common experience can be also shared with Bulgaria. Some of the, as we already spoken, there are four pillars in which this cooperation should take place in Lusatia and also in other parts, maybe partially, maybe totally. So in all four pillars can be done something on up to the bottom and bottom up, bottom to the up. So direction. And of course, a coordination office should coordinate the local activities. I will come back to the border area between Bulgaria, Northern Macedonia, and Serbia. They share a triangle border. I have done some spots on my map. Bosilegrad and Kustenbil and Kriva Palanka are here drawn, but there are also some cross-border cooperation in Kняževac and other parts, Pirot and on the other side on the Bulgarian border. So the main target should be the network establishment or reinforcement of the network which already exists between some of these three countries. On a democracy level, we can say, so let me proceed to the four pillars. On a democracy level, we can certainly organize many various activities which should consider the implementation of history telling, for example, because each of these countries has its own way of saying, way of telling history. And as we've heard at the beginning of this workshop, everyone should treat the other one with respect. Everyone has its own perspective. So if the other perspective is not your own, then you should also try to hear the other perspective, say you're not agreeing with it, and then say what's your perspective, but not argue about it. So respect is the first part which should be said. Of course, I must stress that the cross-border line has no problems. Problems are probably, according to me, created on a more larger level, on a politics level, where politicians can not get along. But in the border area, there is a lot of cooperation. Other projects which can be organized in such a cooperation project between these three countries could be university exchange, especially about ethnology, forgotten minorities, minority languages in education. As I've said, Serbia, Northern Macedonia, and Albania are countries which are very colorful, and they also offer some minority languages to an extent. Of course, Bulgaria does it too. So a best practices cooperation could also take place on an educational level. Of course, economy and culture should also be included. Some of the main points which are developed currently and some years ago in the European Union are the border cooperation between peer fellows. It means between individuals doing the same job, doing the same profession. So a web platform could allow craftsmen to develop or to sell their products, just as it is done in other parts of Europe. And micro and small enterprises can also meet to do an exchange of practices, just as in the cultural area. I already know that in the area of Cottbus and in the area of Bautzen and border area, there is a very intensive cooperation on museum practices, museum best practices. The same can be also done in between these three countries, Serbia, Northern Macedonia, and Bulgaria. And of course, they share also a common architectural, sometimes also common music. So this can be also a part of the common projects which should take place in the border areas between Macedonia, Bulgaria and Serbia. And the last point is that digitalization should also take place, because it is already done, but not in the extent in which can be expected. So some of the possible partners and some of the partners which are present now at the workshop are ALDA, which can present itself, other the institute, the community of local democracies, which is already an international institution with a network, other NGOs, the universities, and the chamber, possibly also the Chamber of Commerce. So these are just the main main lines of the cooperation. Of course, something can be some share can be added also from the side of Alda. I'm very thankful for your attention. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Victor. Now I would give the floor to Katica Janeva, who is with us from Skopje, from the ALDA, which Victor already mentioned. So Katica, please go for it. You have the floor.
Hi there. Thank you, David. Thank you, Victor. I hope you can hear me well. So hello from Skopje. I will be really short because Victor present everything which is linked with our part or our work. So I'm representing the European Association for Local Democracy, who actually recently joined this initiative. We are a French registered association who is dedicated to the promotion of the good governance and citizens' participation on EU level, in the neighborhood countries, but also and beyond. So we have our headquarters in Strasbourg, but also regional offices in Europe. One of our offices who is actually in charge for the coordination of the activities in the Western Balkans is based in Skopje, and I'm the head of the office. ALDA is also an umbrella organization who is coordinating what we call the Agency for Local Democracy, who are locally registered associations based in countries who aspire to be part of the EU. Therefore, we have a large network of I would say offices here in the Western Balkans region, and one of those offices is actually based in Knjaževac. Victor explained that the city of Knjaževac is a city who is in southern Serbia and is on the border with Bulgaria and Macedonia, and it is that region that we would like to tackle with this initiative and our activities. How we entered actually this program or this project is because a big part of our action is based on cross-border cooperation as well. So implementing EU projects and cross-border initiatives allow us to have a very big network of partners in the region and to know the topics that are locally important or the local issues. So in that sense, one of the topics of our work is also the cultural heritage, different ways of cultural heritage, and the linguistic cultural heritage is important topic. Why? And I will just explain, because nowadays we're actually living an issue based on this linguistic question, and it's a conflict between Bulgaria and Macedonia, which blocked the entrance of North Macedonia in the EU. So therefore, we considered, me and ALDA as an organization, these kind of initiatives are very important, maybe in the sense to try to discuss, to open a dialogue regarding certain very important political problems and questions, but just on some different way. And I would say using this, how Victor explained, this dialect that is spoken in the three countries as a transiting language, maybe in some way can actually help to the politicians to see that how certain questions can be actually discussed on a different way, and how we can find some common solution. Well, when it comes to languages, it's always important to bear in mind that the language is not just a communication tool, but it's also something that is very linked to our identity, and it's never easy to discuss it or depends on the way that this question is treated. So I will probably finish here. I'm very happy that we are part of this initiative, even though we are not an academic, but we are representing the civil society, like I said, with a very big network of institutions that likely will try. They will like to join and to support and actively participated in the activities foreseen with the project. So thank you, David. Thank you, Victor, for inviting us. Hopefully we will have a very fruitful cooperation.
Katisa, thanks a lot, and Victoria for your wonderful presentation, which gives us really a good idea what's happening in the Southeast, what are the roots, what are the possibilities, what's the potential, which is actually enormous, since we hear about that region quite often in the media, almost each day, every day. So thanks a lot once again to you, to Skopje. Now, before approaching finally and slowly the end of our conference, of our workshop, we come back from the Black Sea and the Atlantic again to Lusatia. And as I already mentioned at the beginning, we have a big cross-border project, which is a sort of coronation of a synthesis of many of the individual actions we are envisaging. And we mentioned today, not all, there are several others, like architecture, like tourism and so on, where we can go much more, much deeper into the topic. But that's not the goal now. Now I would like to give the floor to our friends from the Czech Lusatia, from Northern Bohemia, to Enzo Esenso and Laura Kochova and to Zbigniew Wilk, who prepared a very interesting presentation to you about our vision of a cross-border three-country bridging and crossing university, the ETULIS, as I told you, the European Translational University, Lusatia, Jan Skala. Jan Skala was a Serbian citizen. He was killed at the end of the Second World War, quite tragically, by a Russian soldier in Wrocław or in Silesia, being taken for a German, what he wasn't, because he was a Serbian. But he was a big communicator between the wars and before the war, between the borders between Serbian part of Germany, Poland, and Czech Republic. He lived in Prague to a certain period of time. So Jan Skala is a symbol for us. And so I'm very happy that we can now give the floor to Enzo Esensa, who will outline the idea of our cross-border university, which started, by the way, with the initiative from Andreas Kluge of this biomedical faculty in Bautzen. And so you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Sorry, my kids are running around here behind me, so maybe you've seen them already on the screen for a little while, but now I will switch from my kids to the presentation. Let me try to share the screen with you. Can you see the presentation? Great. I'm trying to maximize it. Let's see if that works. Yeah. Okay. Great. So we will speak about the university, ETULIS, and we will speak especially about the part of ETULIS which is in the Czech Republic, because that's where I'm living. I'm not Czech originally. I now have a Czech passport, but I'm originally from Switzerland with a German parents and Italian father, German mother and Italian father. So I have 3 passports overall, and I now also speak Czech. I'm presenting here something which has been developed as a cooperation with me and Zbigniew Wilk and Laura Kochova. So this is not only my work, and I would like to thank them for the cooperation. The presentation is quite long, so I will make a little trick that I decide some slides I will present to you as a kind of like just what is the basic point, and some slides which are less self-explanatory I will explain in more detail, because otherwise it will just be too long. So the quick introduction is that we already have something. We have 2 things. One is an initiative which is called the Next Renaissance Initiative, which has as its flagship project the University for the Future. This is one part. The other part is that we have a school in Jindřichovice pod Smrkem, which is called Free Elementary School Ronja, which already is educating children with a free school philosophy. This works with principles such as self-directed learning, self-motivation, and creativity. So these principles I will not explain now, but here some of these principles are listed on this slide. It's one of the most interesting, let's say, alternative streams of education. But we are interested in many other streams as well, not only in the free school movement. The first project which we have, and it would be lovely to include that in the Lusatia Glow project, is to create a high school, because we don't have a high school yet that uses these type of principles. And what I can say about the high school is it's not going to be a traditional high school, but one which is inspired by liberal arts, human ecology, and other profound and holistic approaches. So it's a very transdisciplinary, future-oriented, creativity-oriented type of school. One of the key principles will be personal development, opening the mind, heart, and will. The next step after the high school is the university project, where we have a lot of materials already, a lot of contacts, a lot of ideas, but it does not exist yet. The University for the Future does not exist yet. But we can build on the experience which we have at universities, where a number of us are teaching, as well as from the education at the lower levels. Why do we need such a university in the EU? We need it because it doesn't exist yet. We need a systemic redesign of all dimensions of higher education. We need fresh waters in education, and we need something radically new, not some kind of pseudo innovation. I cannot now spend a lot of time to explain this to you, what it means, a systemic redesign of all dimensions of higher education. But if you're interested, I can send you some materials. The university which we could link to, ETULIS, is a university that is imagined, that we imagine as a true European university that is inspired by the roots of European culture and the vision of a next Renaissance. We imagine that it will be initially in 3 countries, Germany, Poland, Czech Republic, but we hope that it can spread and scale also to other countries. I regard this as quite important for a project that it's not just locally based or particularist or serving only one regional culture. Yeah, this I will skip. I will skip this as well. One of the things that we will move into is to understand the transition in the 21st century. One of the great aspects of the transition is the sustainability transition. And we would like to create a university that is deeply sustainable and that teaches education for sustainability. What this means is lots of things which I will also not go into. You see it here on the slides. For us, sustainability is not a slogan. It's something like a part of every other aspects of life and every aspect of a university. In terms of architecture, we would like to be inspired by multiple approaches. We're particularly interested in ecological and artistic architecture. And one of the things that we could link towards is the new European Bauhaus initiative. We look for an architecture which is, first of all, sustainable. We look for an architecture that is artistic, that is beautiful for the eyes, healthy for the body, and nourishing for the soul. We imagine an intercultural, international university, so not just a local one for the people in the region, but really one which will attract people from all over Europe and potentially even the world. I skipped this. We imagine that there will be various models of innovation, that each of the campuses will have a different model and they can learn from each other, so that, you know, it is not a homogeneous university, but a diverse one. The particular approach that we would like to use in the Czech Republic is an approach we can call transformative education. There are three worlds of education. One is conventional education, the second one is alternative education, and the third one is transformative education. I cannot explain this right now, but transformative education is the newest, it's only emerging, and one of the aspects of it is that it does not focus on the quantity of information. It doesn't focus on memorization. It focuses on the ways of thinking and experience, the quality of character, and the ability to see the needs of the whole as personal needs. We have a unique model of making the cross-border connections. We imagine that there will be the faculties in Poland, in Lesna and in Jędrzejów will be connected by cycleways and by cross-country skis in the winter, because it's only 10 kilometers distance. The next part is more specifically focused only on the Czech faculty, which could be called the Faculty of Holistic Studies. We also brainstormed the term which is called the School for Transformative Leadership. You know, we are still flexible on the terminology side. We plan to have a nature-based campus in Jędrzejów, as well as a smaller city-based campus in Prague, because a number of us, including myself, are living in Prague. So if you look at the kind of campus, if you can imagine the campus in Jędrzejów, you can already see some of the examples of sustainable architecture in this part of the Czech Republic. So this is the Faculty of Holistic Studies. Could, for example, look like this. It does not exist yet. This is not a real picture from us. This is something that inspires us. And the slogan or the characteristic could be designing regenerative futures. The term regenerative is broader than sustainable. It means transdisciplinary, transcultural. It means future-proof, future-friendly. It means many, many things, whereas sustainable is usually primarily understood as environmental. So the environmental aspect is critical for us, but it's not the only aspect. So what do we want to offer to the EU? We want to offer holistic, integral, or transdisciplinary approaches, which are here explained on this slide. I will not go into the details because it's quite self-understanding and self-explanatory. If you look at the slides, and if you want to get it, you are welcome to have it. We're interested in transformation projects. We're interested in students engaging in community service, service learning, non-profit work, internships, volunteering, social activism. In other words, to be very deeply involved in real life, not only to sit in classrooms. One of the features of transformative education, and the reason why we call it holistic, is that it involves all dimensions of human beings, which means a consciousness dimension. We can also use words like wisdom, mindfulness, self-awareness, capacity to experience unity in diversity. We can speak about hard qualities like emotional intelligence, kindness, gratitude, forgiveness, dedication to others. A will dimension, self-discipline, resolve, persistence, and physical dimensions, balancing impact of intellectual work through sports, martial arts, subtle forms of body work. These are some of the aspects which make up the human being. It's not a complete picture, but you can understand already that it's far broader than most universities, because most universities have a purely intellectual and even a quite narrow intellectual orientation. So the architecture I already spoke about, maybe a little bit about the interior architecture. We don't imagine like straight rows of chairs. We imagine all the rooms in different ways. The shape, sizes, themes, colors, and equipment will foster arts, crafts, transdisciplinary education, practical pursuits. Each building and each room will have a different look and feel. So this kind of uniform factory style education, the mass production of diplomas is not our line of business. We don't want to be an ivory tower either. Ivory tower means that the university is separate from society, that teachers, researchers, administrations are out of touch with the people and the reality of the life world outside the university. I'm not saying that all this applies to all teachers, but I'm saying that it is a bit of a characteristic of the mainstream conventional education system to create ivory towers that are separated from real societal developments and from the future of society. We are very interested in self-directed education. We already practice this in the free school, which means basically students have freedom to design their lives, minimizing obligatory courses, for example. Students have a desire to improve and achieve mastery, not just to develop one seminar paper after the other, which is of no interest and low quality, but a kind of continuous improvement philosophy. Students will have an interest in quality. They will create portfolios, and they evaluate themselves primarily. This kind of constant evaluation of others is part of the disease of higher education. People have to primarily have self-respect and self-image and self-improvement built into their own vision, rather than being subject to constant evaluation by others. We have, however, things like peer review or 360-degree feedback, deep dialogue, and things like that. That's clear. So it's not completely based on self-evaluation only. We imagine it's a university not only for young adults, but it will be open for everyone. For me, learning is lifelong, life-wide, and life-deep, and it ends by the time you breathe your last breath. The University for the Future is something which prepares people for the future. Give you an example, we are interested in exploring the potential of ecological technologies, and we're interested to create cultural creatives, which means self-motivated, creative, and entrepreneurial individuals who focus their energies to help societies during the Great Transition. So we are interested in history, but we are primarily interested in future studies and futures research. We have a total integration philosophy. Here you see some interiors that have been designed by one of our architects, Oldřich Hozman. They are in Prague, but we use them to illustrate that the fact that we want to change the inner landscape and the outer landscape at the same time. So the architecture, the landscaping, the outer side of life and the inner side of life are connected. It's a new educational paradigm. Not many people know about it, what transformative education is. Most people know what alternative education is, but it's something that is beginning to be noticed, and it's very exciting. Here are some statements from the UN and from the European Research Area Board. I will not read them, but they are inspirations that already somebody in policy has been thinking about this. So it's not completely correct to say that we invented it. We are building on something which already here and there existed and exists in the policy world, in the world of institutions. This slide I cannot explain in detail, but I will give you the logic. The logic is that whatever area you're looking at, here we choose being, thinking, and action, there is a hierarchy. And generally, the educational institutions are focusing only on the lower levels of the hierarchy. So the red things here on this slide are usually being ignored. People don't even know what it is, you know, they're not interested in that. But that's the critical thing which we're interested in, the red things. Because the black things, you know, the lower parts are interesting and valuable and already quite well done by some universities. So we will not necessarily be better on those dimensions, but we can add those dimensions which are currently being ignored. This is a very, very short explanation of this slide, but we have no time to go into details now. Here's our curriculum design. Again, I will not go into the details of it, but it's fairly different from a traditional university education. Here's a structure of our modules, whereby the key content modules are called New Paradigms, World Development, Self-Development, and Truth, Beauty, and Goodness. I cannot explain this here right now, but it is something which cannot be fit into a traditional academic structure, which means it doesn't fit any single discipline, any single department, or any single faculty. It's something which truly goes across. The structure of the MA is listed here, whereby the key content modules are called Systemic Transformation, Education for the Future, Organizations for the Future, Communities for the Future, and Society for the Future. Again, I have no time to explain this now, but it's something like a change maker curriculum or a game changer curriculum, an innovator's curriculum, you can say. One of the options would be to make a brownfield transformation, because in Jindřichovice are a number of factory buildings which are unused, and it's a pity to just let them stand like this. So either we will upgrade them in a very visionary ways where they become creative learning spaces. And if that is not possible, if you cannot make visionary reconstruction of these buildings, we would create new buildings from scratch. This is the view from above of this area. And also in the Polish side, there is an area which is similar to this. So it could be done in a similar way as a brownfield reconstruction, or as a tear down scenario if, as I said, the buildings cannot be enlivened. The nature-based campus looks more like this. This is a building where we have had already workshops. And it's very nice to sit there, because it's basically part of a ranch, of a farm, of a permaculture demonstration project. Beautiful. Our aim is very high. We really want to create a new type of university. We think the university landscape is outdated. We think the paradigm is outdated. We think these institutions are overly bureaucratic and slow moving. But we understand that it can take years to transform brownfields, to get a green campus, to get accreditation and so on. So we can start already now. We can start as an academy before we are a university, which is not accredited and which can straight away offer equivalent programs to BA, MA, and PhD. It's just that we cannot use these titles if we're not accredited. But we believe that there's already a target audience of students who are looking for this type of education. So this will be requiring reconstruction only of, let's say, one building, which is of course much cheaper than a brownfield transformation. That's all from us. We're the team of the Association of Lunaria, Free School Ronya, and Next Renaissance Initiative, and we look forward to collaborate with you. Thank you.
And so thank you very much for your in-depth presentation of the coronation of what we are planning for Lusatia. That's a cross-border university, which have never been done in that place. That would be really something which would be the top of where we are starting now. And we are coming now back where we almost started, and that's again music. Because without music and without this sensual content, all words and all logics are sweeping somewhere in the air. So I would like to give now, before we finish completely with a musical recital of our Polish-Belgian string quartet, I would like to give the floor to Olivier Roberti, who, please Olivier, take place, who will shortly explain us what we are planning in the Czech Republic and in Lusatia concerning music. Concerning Lusatia, we heard already most of it from Jon, but it will start with the Šumava Strings project, Strings project at the Czech-Bavarian border, where Olivier is the maître de lieu, certainly. And so I would like to give you now the floor to develop our structure, our vision, how indigenous people can develop through music, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I think Jon spoke about already a plan with music and youth orchestra. And so I'm not going to be very long. Sorry for that. I'm not going to be very long because Jon spoke about already important things about our structure. What I want to say is music is universal language. And what we'll try to do, I did it in the past with a very known conductor, Seiji Ozawa. I made for 8 years a youth orchestra with him. So what we will do is to create this in Šumava Spring, this academy, and this festival. We will give concerts abroad and all over Europe, from the east to the west and the north to the south. We will create this academy. We will create exactly what in Lusatia Jon want to create. We will do the same, but before. So we have to do a competition to choose the young people who will come to this academy and create a chamber music academy. And from this chamber music academy, we will, in 12 days, we will create a youth orchestra, which is not easy. And to get those young, big talent, because we need big talent, because 12 days is short, and they have to be really very good to be able to work in this youth orchestra and to work together. The thing is, what is very interesting is to create ensemble that they can really work together. What I found that very often it's when you create ensemble with quartet, which is the center of the orchestra, string quartet. That's why they're playing today. String quartet are really the center of an orchestra, but we also have quintet, trio. What I find very interesting is when you put those people together coming from everywhere, they speak different language. So they have different spirit and they have different way of thinking, because the mother language is different. And to be able from that to create a chamber music partner, quartet, quintet, it's something important, because they have different spirit, they are different people, but they have to use their way of talking with unity in music together, same spirit, same way of thinking, same way of playing, same way of breathing, which is a challenge, but it's what we create is education program for high level. But that's something for those young people to do that in 10 days is a challenge, and it's very important. And I did it with Seiji also in my academy here in Belgium for 30 years. it makes a huge difference in the level of orchestra. It gives a real high level of string player, mostly string player, but that's the center of the orchestra. So we can build something for the future, and for those young people who mostly comes out for conservatoire, or they finish, or they even have competition, they get prizes. But to be able to play together, it's something different. And from there, make a youth orchestra with this great conductor, which is Jon Marin. This is important. So this, before doing this youth orchestra and this competition he will do in Lusatia, we have to form the orchestra, which it's complex, possible, will be short, but it should be a big challenge and very important for education of every young musician to be able to play together and to use the same language, because music is a universal language. Thank you.
Olivier, thanks a lot. Crossing the borders with music, with language, with thinking, it's all the time the same principle with different means. And now you will hear then from the Polish string quartet, from the Serbski quartet, a quartet from Grażyna Baciewicz, who is a Polish composer. She is a was a Polish composer from the first half of the 20th century. So we will hear a very Slavonic music, actually, a very emotional music, a very expressive music, something like Leos Janáček in Moravia in Czech Republic. Grażyna Baciewicz is the female Leos Janáček in a certain way from Poland. So please stay where you are. The musicians are coming.
We appreciate so much applause from the compact public.
Thank you.
I have had this composer for the first time in my life. But then I didn't budget. It sounded like a jazz rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So inspired.
Yeah.
Dat was een jury.
Let's take that from
So now we have a restaurant not far away from